Roblox has 10 million concurrent daily players. I mean, are you that surprised? There's like a whole new generation of kids. Like... Double iron eyes. I wonder if these guys are together. They have no names. Bro, what is going on? Oh. Fucking playing with ghosts again. Oh, we've got a Revenant. Oh, he's changing. Nice. He's not picking Iron Eye, Alt F4. Maybe they wanted triple Iron Eye, yeah. I think the game just bugged out, though. Sometimes the matchmaking bugs out. Alright, chat, we gotta figure out what we're playing today, though. I am open to doing RE3 Inferno. RE6. The upcoming hardcore Tarkov wipe. Maybe we do the castle first? I mean, fuck, I don't know. Alright. Oh, this level 1 shit is not fun, guys. Not a fan of this one. Guess I'm just gonna help do that. I don't know. I mean, we didn't have to be stuck at level 1. Keep applying the mark. Yo, look at him tank. Beautiful. Damn, Sebastian, you're a fucking beast. All this for 10k runes? Yeah, I know. Like, it's so much better to level up first. It's insane. Oh, I need to go to these. I need spells, guys. I need spells. I'm sorry. Dude, stop fucking pinging. Oh, bullshit. And then the seal is up top, dude. Fuck off. Oh, what is this trash, man? There's a steel chest below. I know. I mean, that's what I checked. Not there again, though. Okay, I feel like I'm kind of griefing the team right now. I don't know what I'm doing, chat. Just, I want spells. But like, at the same time, I might get spells from just killing shit, so like... No way I'm carrying. I'm not doing much carrying right now, to be honest. I'm pretty sure my team fucking hates me at this point. What's up, gentlemen? Hi, guys. Honestly, I should just skip this church. I feel like I'm so useless on Revenant if I don't have spells. And like, if I can't go to one of those churches early on, I can't fucking do it. Like, I'm so useless. We don't want to do that. Leave it for later, guys. Guys. We gotta run, guys. We gotta run. Don't fucking do this. Don't fucking do this, please. Please run. Run! This is a spam pinger. I just want to get their attention. They're gonna leave the game. You think I'm that bad of a teammate? Wait, we have no castle here, guys. Honestly, these runes kind of suck. honestly, we're just killing shit for fucking pennies at this point. Like, honestly. Isn't there a boss out here? Okay, there's 3 bosses we could kill here. This will be good. The mark, dude, when the mark explodes, like, it does so much damage. Just absurd. Check for eventual greatness. Don't you have to pay for that, though? Or do you not have to pay for that one? Hold on, gentlemen. All junk. Worth killing? Yeah, I mean, we could kill him if my team was here, but it's also kind of dangerous. I died. this fucking mages are obnoxious. Holy shit. Says the mage. I am a... Oh. I don't really know what... I'm a cleric. Not a mage. Virgin heal. This spell sucks ass. What the hell? I'm just gonna hold back. The mark is so ridiculous. Like, fucking Iron Eye is so broken, dude. What were they thinking with this fucking class, honestly? Let's make a class that has fucking Frostbite and Bleed on their basic ability that could be spammed on a 10-second cooldown. Oh, that seems good. That seems pretty good. I hope these guys have a Stone Sword key, because I don't have one. How did that guy go down? What is going on? Where to, gentlemen? Oh, this has improved incantations on it as well. You want to go straight there already? Guys, it's the start of the day. Whatever, I'm gonna just follow them. Please tell. Can we at least kill Loretta? Yeah, you can spend all day there. That's true. You say they don't know, but these guys have... Well, the Iron Eye has... Alright, you know what? It's fine. We don't have to do Loretta. Honestly, doing Loretta might be kind of bait. But we're killing stuff so fast. Like... We could definitely afford to... Holy shit. we jumping up? Oh, well, this is tragic. Actually. What? Well, that's kind of annoying. Honestly, like, if we had, it would have been better if we had just killed the bosses here. Yeah, we can still do it. Chill with the chill, bruh. Chill, it's okay. Oh, what do they do? Are they fighting something? Is there a fucking boss there? Where in the fuck? Oh god. Holy shit, this is like... Alright, they're going up for the chest, I guess. Dude, we're gonna be like level fucking... maybe... No, it's fine, it's fine. It's fine, honestly. Oh, Dragonfire. Wait, the Royal Revenant came up. Guys, can we do a Stell, maybe? Please? What the fuck are we doing? Oh, God. Yeah, I know, but we should do a Stell. Like, we should do a Stell before the fucking circle closes. Why are we not? Just showing his friend around? Yeah, fair enough, I guess. It's just, a Stell is the furthest outside of the circle, so like, why not? I'm just gonna start a Stell, I don't care. I mean, you don't want to be too low level for a Stell, to be fair. This might kill me. No, we're okay. Mainly because I have the damage negation at full health. What is a Stell weakest to, actually? I'm not really sure. Well, I more so mean like magic. I don't have blunt damage. It's 40 to all elements. I guess you really, that would explain why this feels so terrible. Probably should have ulted sooner, to be honest. Oh, I probably don't need double spell casting speed. Okay, though. Where is Brother Man going? Are they going to the dupe spot? I don't think we have time. Alright, let's just run you three. Wish I had my ult. I don't know what our fucking Iron Eye is doing. He's just taking the fucking scenic route, apparently. That wasn't greedy. If we had our fucking Iron Eye, we would have killed it 30 seconds ago. It's just... I don't know. He was off fucking doing who knows what. Duplicating a fucking bow or something, I guess. Dude, I would have also killed it too if I didn't have to madness proc myself. Ah, whatever. It's fine. Why does this guy do like no damage? I just have damage negation at full health, that's it. Spell FP cost. That's actually good. Viscous of Light is super FP efficient, but with Augur buff it's kind of useless. I mean, not if I'm using Dragonfire. What are you doing, Yuki? pop my fucking flask, Yuki. God damn it! I shouldn't have. I should have waited. All right. Well, I'm forcing you in. Yeah. Well, I wanted to buff in the arena, but I also kind of wanted the extra Starlight Shard, even though I'm 99% sure I didn't need it. Honestly, I just grabbed the Starlight Shards because sometimes teammates like freak out. Does this buff me? I don't really have a favorite character, to be honest with you. Grace. Back power when two-handing. That doesn't even work for bows. That's okay. All right. To be honest, it's not very obvious what works for stuff. Can't really blame the guy on that one. He was definitely not trolling. He was just doing his own thing. I don't know why he decided to... Like, I don't know what he was doing at the end of the... at the end of the day there. Maybe this one is like okay. I guess I'll keep it. I don't really play Duchess, but... Yeah, Dragonfire is good. I don't know. Some people are just like, Flame of Frenzy is the best spell. You don't need anything else. But Dragonfire is pretty goated. Flame of Frenzy is good. Don't get me wrong. It's just Dragonfire can actually hit the boss. Like it hits the bosses so much easier. Dude, you keep asking about this Phantom Blade Zero thing. No, I did not. I don't know what you're talking about. The thing about Placidusax's Rune is that it only hits... Like, it only hits a few times, I think. So yeah, I have this one, by the way, which gives me like double it's like a double buff to the breath attacks. We could try this build. What does skill cooldown reduction do for Revenant? Nothing. It does nothing. What's up, Insanity Dog? An 8.5% chance to get a Dragon Breath spell. Even with like... Even with there being... Are they all just like categorized into one like school of magic or something? I just assume that you'd be able to get the breath pretty common, considering there's like 30 different versions of them. Exaggerating, but there are so many different breath spells. Yeah, we're not gonna do Nightreign for too long, Insanity Dog. I'm just not sure I'm not sure what I want to do after. I think we'll do one more match. I don't know why. I've been having a lot of fun playing Revenant. I like the RNG of the caster runs more than like the melee. Because when you play as a caster, you get like different magic, but as a melee, it's like as Raider, it's you just spam jump power stance. That's it. All there is to Raider. Silent Hill marathon anytime soon. Not sure. Did I finish Death Stranding 2? I did, yeah. You think people will get tired of Nightreign eventually? People are already getting tired of Nightreign. That doesn't mean that... I'm sure there's some streamers who are going to continue to play Nightreign for like months to come, but... I mean, I will continue to play Nightreign, you know, every time they release a new enhanced boss. We could do classrooms. All right, let's start one more run. Let's not stall. Let's just do another run and then we'll still 100k on Steam charts. Yeah, I mean, it's a fun game. Like, I don't... It could be... Could certainly be better, but it is fun. One boss per week is a pretty good amount of content. Well, they're not gonna... The thing is, it's... I mean, it's the same boss, but just slightly different, so... It's not necessarily a new boss, and also, you know, it's not like they're going to be releasing one boss per week for months to come. Once the enhanced bosses are done, that might be it until the DLC. All right, let's see. What kind of teammates do we have? All right, no Everjail meta slaves. Fuck it, I'll take it. I'll get some poison armament going. Bestial Sling and Black Flame and Heal, that's really good. Yep, let's do the castle. It's like, dude, if Nightreign just had a bit more variety, if each run just felt a little bit more random, and there was like a little bit more, I don't know, it's just, I could see myself playing this game for like so long if it just had a bit more depth to it. By the shifting earths, because that's clearly the shifting earths, like, that's not really, alright, that's not really a solution. Iron Eye ult seem really necessary. I mean, dude, you get ultimates so if you have the perk that gives you like ult charge when you kill enemies, your ults charge so fast. Like you might as well use them, honestly. Which way do we go, guys? This way? I think we go up the lake. I don't know. The right side is okay, but... there's a boss in the lake. Then we'll be close to the castle when the circle closes in. What's up, Angelic? They have so many assets they could pull from Dark Souls. Oh yeah, don't get me started, buddy. Oh, I know. Oh, it's fucking Tree Sentinel, though. I don't know if we want to fight Tree Sentinel. Oh fuck, I guess we're doing it. Fucking mark him. Starlight shards, man. Oh, this is... oh, that's convenient. We're okay, guys. We're okay. We're going back. Killing this bastard. We can do it, guys. We can do it. Yeah, that was kind of rough. This guy has a key. Ooh, nice ult. Grab the church. I think we should... I don't know. We could go castle. We definitely don't need to. I think we might, it might be in our best interest. I kind of want to go up and do this Everjail up here. Maybe he wants that? I don't know. It's not fire damage, but... Oh, I can get both. Oh wait, I don't have the mana increasing one this run. Oh, dang it. Am I muted? No. Revenant my favorite character? No, I'm just... I mean, I just like using characters that are good against the boss that you're fighting, honestly. Raider versus everything. Yeah, it's just you tend to get a lot of fire spells playing as her. Ooh, golden bow. Probably could have been higher level day one if we went to the castle, but I wanted to go up this way for the Sorcerer's Rise, but then I forgot that I don't have the Sorcerer's Rise thing on anymore. Golden bow is the same. Is this a full restore? Oh, nice. What's your overall opinion on Nightreign? It's a fun game. I mean, I think there's definitely room for improvement, though. Let's go up here, guys. Oh no. Where's Iron Eye going? Maybe we should just go to the castle right away. Do I have any good AoE? I feel like I should go help them, but I'm committed now to killing this flower. coming, team. Honestly, I should have just helped them with this. I don't know, man. Also, I should free aim. I'm not being a good teammate right now. I'll be the first to admit it. I think we go down this way. Teammates don't know you admit it. Yeah, I'm talking to you guys. We need to start working our way towards the castle. I wish we had more Everjail keys, because I would have liked to do these Everjails, but I don't think we have any. Close one, Alfred. Oh, goodness. Fucking Frederick got the kill. Let's go, buddy. Do kind of need to go to a mine, but I think we could go to that one towards like the end of night, because I'm pretty sure the circle is going to end in the water. Yeah, we're doing the new boss. Oh. I didn't realize our teammate was down. Oh, fuck. I guess we're gonna go up this way. Get the other guy's attention. Fuck a melee weapon. Well, we have the other one anyway. I guess I'll take some HP. I'm teaching, chat. Yeah, we're just lagging. I just want to posture break him. Nice. Let's go, Iron Eye. I don't want to go to the mine. Let's fucking go, team. Let's do it. You leave it? I mean, it's not really that good. I need to upgrade one of my fire spells to purple. That's what I need to do. This might be slightly greedy, but I think we can pull it off. We're definitely gonna have to tank the swarm for a little bit. Hopefully not too long. I'll ult so we can keep... Okay, this was a little greedy, to be honest. It was a little greedy, but we're gonna be okay, guys. We're gonna be okay. Feel slightly bad for bringing my teammate into this situation. Probably climb up here. We're fine, guys. Thanks, team. Hey, we got that purple stone, baby. They were so loyal. Yeah, that was actually beautiful. Thanks, guys. Don't I have a heal spell? I had a heal spell. But honestly, getting the team to, like, actually using that... Is our Iron Eye out of healing? No way. Sebastian just stun blocks the shit out of BTS. I think I already have improved flask restoration. know which one to get. Dude, that guy's doing damage from so far because I gave him the like he has 2 damage up. I don't know if I upgrade Flame of Frenzy or not. Black Flame is honestly, I kind of want to do the Black Flame. I don't think Flame of Frenzy is better because you can't, no. I don't believe you. I don't agree. I can upgrade both anyways. There we go. Thanks, bud. They give a 3rd one? Well, I don't need a 3rd one. Thanks, guys. Dude, these teammates have been amazing, actually. Well, I wish there was a... If it comes down to it. Alright. Why no level 15? Because I would rather get the flasks, honestly. Forgot to golden vow, dude. I tried. Try to get the team to stack up, but it's okay. Okay, it's like the thing is, Flame of Frenzy is good on the Scorpion, but Black Flame is still better when you need to... Because you can target this guy right here, see? When he's like going in. And you can get so much damage. You can't hit him. You can't really hit him with Flame of Frenzy. You can target it with Flame of Frenzy, but it barely hits it. Yeah, this shit is so loud. I also think Black Flame is better. What the? Save me, Frederick. Oh, of course he roars again. I think this is an ult. I mean, I don't know. It's not like it is and it isn't. I don't know. We need to kill the fucking moth. Using level 2? Yeah, I know. Whatever, it's fine. Woohoo! Let's go, team. Everybody dropped their shit. Flame of Frenzy was still actually pretty decent, even when he was, even when I had to aim it up in the air, it was actually still okay-ish. It's kind of hard to tell exactly how much damage it's doing, though. I mean, I was doing like 1,000 damage with the Black Flame as well. Yeah, Flame of Frenzy is really, really good. Definitely better than the Black Flame, at least in some cases. Like we put on the relics for more. Like I was hoping to get a Dragon Fire spell, but we didn't get any. Enhanced Augur will sleep you IRL. Augur is such a boring fight. Hopefully Enhanced Augur is more interesting, but the issue with Augur is that you just can't really melee the boss. You kind of can. There's a few openings, but it's not very many. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back, and then we will probably switch games, I think. I'm gonna take a short break. Okay, I'm back. Why did they skip Gladius? I mean, I don't think they skipped him. I think he's just coming later. The thing, I don't know, the thing about the enhanced bosses, chat, is that the reason we got the 3 enhanced bosses that we did is because those were the only ones that were finished. Like, when the game, when Nightreign came out, people found the enhanced versions of the bosses in the game files. Midra was found in the files. Midra? All the enhanced bosses are available to fight? No, they're not. You can download a mod which activates enhanced... Oh, you meant Libra, okay. Yeah, if you download the mod, you can see all of the bosses in the enhanced list, but only 3 of them are functional. Hey, QQ. What's up, man? Man, I want to get a run with the Dragonfire spell. I don't want to get stuck in the fucking never-ending loop of one more, though. I'm honestly curious how much damage you could get the Dragonfire to do. Finally played a game with other speedrunners and not just my IRL friends. Can't go back. I don't know, I mean, it's nice, you know, steamrolling, but I also can appreciate having it be a bit more of a struggle. I want to try this one. Not really sure how this one even works. Can't get to the end of night 1 without being level 2. Level 2? What is he like, fucking... Does his sprint button not work? Is he fucking taking screenshots? Making fun of casuals. I'm not making like that's crazy, dude. Okay, level 2 is crazy. You have to kill like 4 enemies to get level 2. Leaves and then dies and doesn't go back to where he lost his shit. Oh, I see. That's rough. I'm sure he'll get the hang of it. Or maybe he doesn't care. Maybe he's just having fun doing that. And you know, more power to him. Oh yeah, I finally got a relic for Guardian, chat. That is somewhat decent. I got reflect, damage, and improved guard counters. The dragon cult incantations, I don't think I'm ever gonna make use of that one, but if I killed the new boss with Guardian. Honestly, we're probably way more likely to lose if I was to go Guardian. I feel like I've actually been doing like half the damage, if not more, on Revenant for the new boss. Wasn't I switching games? Yeah, I mean, I do want to switch games, but I'm not really sure what I want to play. I'm either thinking Resident Evil 3, maybe do like RE3 remake, or we could check out the Classrooms update. I do want to do Return of the King as well. But I don't know if I'm going to do it today. Choice paralysis is real. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, we could do one as Guardian. Fuck it. I'll do one more. No Lord of the Rings game today. Almost like I was just talking about that 10 seconds ago. The new monsters and wilds are kind of cool if you want to check them out. Yeah, I mean, I'd be open to doing wilds. I'd have to re-download the game, though. The infinite one more run incoming. While I replay Elden Ring after Tarnished DLC comes out. Not really a DLC. But yeah, I mean, they're adding a new class, but it's like classes in Elden Ring don't like change anything. You know, it would actually, I think it would be kind of interesting if they took somewhat of like the Nightreign approach. I mean, it doesn't have to be, you know, blue. Like, I don't know exactly how they would do it, but it would be interesting if characters had, like, you know, in their next IP, if there were actually like classes, you know, where you do get like unique abilities depending on your class. Like, I think I like the class system in this game. I mean, letting you customize your character would still be nice. Bad idea? I don't know. I mean, it's all subjective anyways. I'm not, if you think it's a bad idea, that's fine. It just makes, like, class has no relevance, or it's never mattered in the games. And, you know, one could argue that's a good thing, that, you know, your starting class doesn't matter. But just from, like, a replayability perspective, it would be kind of cool if classes had more impact. Wouldn't fit if the game has PvP on it. See, why do you say that though? Because like one class might be like overpowered or something? Because at the end of the day, PvP players in these games just chase meta builds anyways. They use the most broken shit regardless. So if there's a broken class for PvP, what's the difference? Like people will abuse shit either way, you know what I mean? Oh, it's just interesting idea. I definitely wouldn't be opposed to like the class system from Nightreign being in a future game to some degree. Maybe with a bit more complexity and whatnot, but I think it would be cool to see it be a bit more impactful. All right, guys. Well, you know what? Maybe we'll get lucky and we'll get like the cranial. Okay, you know what? No. What we're gonna do? We're gonna go shifting Earth Crater. And we'll try one run as Guardian, and we're probably gonna lose because I'm just gonna be dragging my team down and it's gonna be like a 10-year long boss fight. But you know what? It's okay. I'm not excited to do Guardian in this boss. They're gonna see Guardian and just Alt F4. Just my contribution here is gonna be so much lower as Guardian. Yeah, I have good relics, but it's mainly for guard counters, which, quite frankly, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to guard counter much on this guy. Maybe you can, but the thing is, like the enhanced Scorpion just constantly does. Like, his stomps leave a follow-up on the ground. So, I mean, maybe you can... It's kind of like Gaping Jaw, I think. Where his head slam... He just... Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe go to the castle first. I kind of hate going into these castles. Like, I don't know if it's worth it actually, but I mean, if we're gonna do, let's see, do these guys have Everjail stuff? Okay, one of them started with a key. Oh, that's unlucky. I like to kill a few enemies so you actually get level 3 here. A lot of people just like run past everything. I feel like it's kind of nice getting an early level. And you can use blue weapons as well. Oh, I forgot to check the other chest. Well, shit. That's my bad. And I'm slaying. Oh. How is that not? How am I not blocking, bro? What is going on? Is one of our teammates not here? Oh, fucking tree sentinel. I don't know about this one, guys. I kind of want to go to this fire camp. Oh! Oh, Flame of Frenzy! Yo, I can get Vike's War Spear. Wait, where the fuck? Please don't tell me I'm gonna disconnect from this. Where? Why did it not drop anything? What the fuck is going on? I haven't seen this in so long. You have to kill all the madness enemies. Vike's War Spear. Let's go. It's a great spear, but I will take it. I don't know. I'll take fire damage, I guess. Oh, improved guard counters as well. Yo, look at that. Nice. We should probably just go to the castle, honestly. This might be a run where we just do power stance. I mean, I'll try to do guard counters and stuff, but I don't expect it. I think power stancing them is the best, yeah. No, you can't deflect madness, but they're fire weapons. That's like the main thing. That's good. Yeah, the range on that is not. This guy's got fucking Elden stars. Holy shit, our recluse is cooking, dude. Oh shit. Dragon halberd. Yeah, one-eyed shield would be great. No! Oh. Saved. Oh fuck. I thought there was another one coming. Great shield. Raider build? Yeah, I know. I can't. I mean that's nice, but I can't. I can't really guard counter the boss much. I don't think. Let's do the top, guys. We could start. We have we actually have like a minute. We probably should level up though. Is this a bad idea, chat? I'm getting kind of sus vibes about this. Let's go, team! The Mariner? I have a holy weapon. I hate how often I get dead angled like that. Damn. Dude, we're like fucking shredding. Where do we even go? Do any of these guys have the Everjail bonus thing? Oh, our teammate does. He probably has... I mean, I guess we can do the... Let's just do the crater, I guess. Potentially get really good fire weapons, so... I already have fire weapons, though, because we got the fucking Vikes War Spear, but they might not have them. Yeah, I guess just doing crater day 2 is good. Is the highest value. Yeah, get fucked. Guarding up's damage negation. Still want to try to do... Should just go down the crater. Rivers of Blood is really good for the Duchess. I don't know, I already have like so many good things. I would like to get a fire halberd if possible. Oh shit. To be honest, it's probably better for me to give the greatsword to, like, Recluse, but whatever. I want to be OP. They're dropping me so much. They're dropping me so much stuff. Bro, I'm getting fucking my ass stun locked. Are we inside each other? We are. We really don't need to be killing these guys, to be honest. This is a waste of time, but... I mean, I guess it is giving me buffs on my sword. Whatever, dude. I mean, this run has been insane, anyways. Get all them stacks. No fucking way. Oh, that sucks. I did it too late. I tried to block. I don't even know if the guy's using incantations, but he is. Legendary shield. I probably could have upgraded something for them, but that's okay. I also I don't know. I kind of want to just use the grafted blade greatsword, but I should use, like, I should have upgraded one of the Vike spears, truthfully, but I don't think it's really gonna matter. Maybe I should just run around and just kill enemies and not even worry about the bosses. Thanks. I'm insane how. Good seal there. Oh, fire attack power. Can't. I don't know. Maybe I should have taken the. Maybe I should have kept the damage negation one. I have a lot of health though. I FP for Recluse. There's a bunch of wolves up here, unless they killed them. Yo, what's up, Bane? Yeah, I never got the buff from Maggie. It's funny, I've seen 2 Dragonfires this run. Wish I had that on my Recluse before. Or my Revenant, sorry. What's my total health? 17. Not bad. Sometimes it's worth killing trash mobs. I don't know, it like depends. $365 damage with my frickin' Bike's War Spears. Oh my god. I think the Glint Blade, well, I don't know if the Stance Break or the Glint Blade is better. Dude, what, this run is disgusting. What in the world? Yeah, Glint Blades do Stance Break, exactly. I feel like it's... I feel like it's better anyways. The recluse actually did her HP buff spell. What is going? What is happening? What is happening? Why do these attacks use like my entire fucking stamina? Why does it use so much stamina? Is it like percentage based or something? He's gonna kill himself when he goes inside. Isn't he? Oh, not quite. Well, that was that team did pretty well. So much for legendary shield. Well, to be honest, getting that greatsword drop just buffed my damage by like it's the greatsword is easily the most like the best weapon in the game. The effect on it is just FromSoft was just like, let's just add something super fucking broken because I mean, dude, why didn't I use grafted in the boss fight? Because the boss is weak to fire. And the buff from the grafted sword applies to all of your weapons. It's like it's a damage buff to everything. You love the goofy shit? Yeah, I mean, it would be cool if there were more things like that. Yeah, you don't need to hold it. Well, so when you kill the enemies, you need the weapon in your hand, but the buffs are applied to like the buffs from killing enemies are passive or like permanent. That weapon is why speedrunning this game will be stupid. Yeah, I mean, if you got that if you get that weapon day one in a speedrun, like, and you just focus only killing enemies for the most part, you could get, I don't even know, like you could kill a boss so fast. To try the guard counter to see the damage. The problem was I mean, I could have tried to guard counter there. That's true. I was kind of just spamming. Yeah, if you die, you lose the buffs. It'll get nerfed. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't seem like they've balanced really anything thus far. It's a game breaks thing if you get too many stacks. Well, yeah, but it's like it's such a specific situation. I assume you're talking about the people that are like buff stacking by getting the Freya spawn or like the worm face spawn. But that can only happen in like very specific situations. I don't know. I don't know if they really care enough. It's not like this is I mean, you could play the game for weeks and not even see that weapon, so. But I mean, I could see your reasoning for them potentially fixing it. I don't know if they really care enough, though. Yeah, that's the thing, right? You need to get the sword, and then you need to be on the specific expedition that allows for the bosses with infinite respawns to appear. So, and it's like, oh no, somebody can kill a boss in one hit if they spend 3 hours killing enemies, like I don't know. We'll see. Maybe they'll nerf it. I'm doubtful, but it's possible. Graph that equals solved run no matter what. Not necessarily. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty fucking good. I don't know if anybody was saying it would be fast, Regal. Dude, that run was crazy though. Like I genuinely feel like with that team we could have almost cleared the entire map. We were what, level 12, almost level 13 at the end of day 1. Dude, they were dropping me so much shit as well. Like that. There was like too many drops. What a good Guardian gems. Honestly, Guardian just he's kind of ass. The only way that you can actually do good damage and good like posture damage is if you do guard counters, in my opinion. If you do guard counters, you definitely want this effect. The guard counters given a boost based on your current HP. You know what? Wait, I kind of forgot about the fact that I have this on. I wonder how the scaling for this effect works. I should have tried to guard counter in that last run. I don't know why I didn't. I was just like full power stance. Just jump spam. Max HP with this is really good. I don't think it's that, but I mean, I don't think it's that. I don't think it's good enough where it's worth equipping extra health stuff, but if you get the great sword, then, you know, like I had so much extra health that run. My favorite character to play at the moment? I don't know, man. I play like all the different characters. Honestly, I kind of like playing Revenant a lot. Revenant's actually pretty fun in a group. Solo, I feel like she's less fun. Dude, Revenant is actually like really good for reviving people. Like I'm not even kidding. If you summon Sebastian on a player, like I don't know if you need to lock onto them or not, but if you summon Sebastian right next to a player, like he can do his roar, and it does like an entire bar worth of res. It's crazy. Yeah, the claws are really good for reviving as well. That's the main reason I hold on to the claws, but sometimes I do just want to drop them. Yeah, I played Convergence mod. When's the last time you played Raider? I don't know. I like Raider. For solo, I was doing Raider a lot before. It's just I find Raider's playstyle kind of boring. It's like spamming jump attack. Damn, this was the one fucking super scuffed run. We like disconnected 3 times. My teammate was in like Brazil or something. He had like 3,000 ping. Yeah, I had a 50 win streak, but then I lost it. We've won 14 in a row. Do I really only have 12 runs as Raider? I feel like I've done more than that, but I don't really like Duchess that much. She's good, but I don't know. I don't know. I like the caster classes. I like Guardian depending on what boss I'm fighting. There are some bosses where you can genuinely get like a ton of guard counters. Guardian against Night Aspect is pretty solid. Dark Drift Knight, pretty good. Even Libra, the guard counters were decent. Jaw and Pest, it was like terrible though. Guard counters are okay against the dogs, but they're still a little awkward. Jaw is so easy. Yeah, but you can't guard counter him. It's like absolutely miserable to try to guard counter Jaw. Shattering Crystal is the easiest spell to get. Yeah. Yeah, I've noticed. It's the easiest spell to get, and it's like the best spell. There's some... Shattering Crystal is like, honestly, I think it's too strong, personally. It makes every other spell just like pale in comparison. I feel like as Recluse, you just want... I feel like all you really need is... You probably just want the Everjail one, and then 2 Crystallian sorcery buffs. Stars of Ruin is really good, though, as well. Yeah. Yeah. It does not have great range. Guardian moveset should apply to all pole arms rather than the halberds. Yeah, I mean, that would be amazing. Because then I could have actually done guard counters with Vike's War Spear there. Fishing for the infinite FP cocktail with Meteorite of Estelle. I mean, you can also just ult and then Meteorite. Honestly, that's better, in my opinion, because your ult lasts for longer. Also, when you use Shattering Crystal, that thing fucking instantly refills your mana bar. It's like insane. I swear, when you ult and then use Shattering Crystal, it's like a full heal, and it almost restores, I don't know, like half your health bar and half your mana bar in one cast. It's insane. Some other spells do not return very much. Excited to see what the DLC will bring to this game. Yeah, I don't know. It's only like $15, so I'm a little concerned it's going to be very minimal amounts of content, but we'll see. I mean, maybe they would make more than one DLC, I guess, potentially. Have they ever dropped a bad DLC? I mean, I don't think anybody's saying it's going to be bad. It's just like Ashes of Ariandel. That DLC came out and then you beat it in like 2 hours and then that was it. Like, spent at least 2 hours just on Frida. Another map. Yeah, I don't know though. I don't. I mean, I don't get me wrong. I would like to see another map, but if it's still just, you know, if it's another map, but then you see if it's all the same, but it's just a different like coat of paint in terms of it being a different map. I don't know. It's just annoying that you maybe I shouldn't say annoying. It's unfortunate that in so many cases you'll know exactly what boss is going to be where. Especially with the shifting earths. The shifting earths don't even have randomization. Well, maybe I think the Rotted Woods does. But the mountaintops is always the same enemies. Same with the crater. Same with Noclateo. You always fight Estelle. But the shifting earths are nice, but they just aren't random. They just aren't random at all. Like once you've seen the shifting earth a few times, you know, you've kind of seen everything there is to it. I don't know. We're just beating a dead horse at this point talking about this. I really there's no point. I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Hello, hello. Well, there might be a big mod that compiles all of Souls into Nightreign. I mean, that sounds cool, but then you have to understand there's like copyright. Like, I don't think that mod would be allowed to be released publicly. It's the Nightreign 2 games over yet. We've done 3 games. Could get Dragon Breath this time. Yeah. We're just gonna frickin', even if we're just gonna end up destroying the boss anyways, though. Can we see Nightreign playtime? I mean, you just saw it. How many hours of yapping? Yeah. Yeah, alright, alright. Run another. Dude, Nightreign is like... It is weird, though, how addicting this game actually kind of is. Have any good yellows? Why meme Dragon Breath Relic? It's not a meme, man. We can do huge damage if we get a dragon spell. I don't know, man. I kind of want to do another run, chat. I mean, what should I play? Like, I want to do something else, but I'm also having fun just playing Nightreign. What is wrong with doing runs? There's nothing wrong with doing runs. I just... I don't know, man. Do level 1 runs? Level 1 is really boring in my opinion. Or it's not, but okay, I shouldn't say it's boring. It's still like exciting. It's just... I don't know, man. I did a little bit of level 1. It's just not... Challenge runs in this game, in my opinion, kind of suck ass. Level 1 is just... Level 1 is just like restarting the run until you get the super merchant. Or it's basically like a no-hit run if you don't get damage negation at full HP. Not to mention that half of the classes on level 1 are just completely miserable to use. What's up, Dudley? The Midnight Walkers playtest. You know, I was actually watching somebody play that last night, and it looks kind of ass. Or, well, okay, I actually liked the graphics. It kind of reminded me of Dead Island or like, or Dying Light a little bit, but I don't know. Maybe I need to watch more. I just saw somebody sledgehammering zombies for like 15 minutes straight. And it was just, I don't know, I don't know if there's like multiple enemy types in that game or there's bosses or how, like I didn't really, I guess I didn't really get to see that much. I said if you're really bored. I want to play like more old school games. I mean, I don't know. We could start Return of the King. I'm like, kind of, I don't know. I don't want to get like copyright strikes. But I think it's fine. I don't know, it's just, I got like 25 copyright claims on my YouTube stream yesterday, and like none of them are copyright strikes, but... And like my entire fucking VOD got muted. I'm pretty sure it's fine though. I mean, it's not false reports. I mean, the game has scenes from the movie and music from the movie, which is copyrighted. I mean, it's annoying though, because like I can't even post my like playthrough of the game. Like my YouTube VOD is blocked worldwide. And my Twitch VOD is like completely muted. All right, I'm gonna do one final run. I want to get that damn dragon fire spell. I don't care. I need to see the damage of this thing. Honestly, we should probably ran with chat though, because then chat could maybe give me the Dragonfire if they get it. Maybe my teammates will be good and actually drop stuff. After this final run, can you do Executor next? This happens every time. I want to break the cycle though. Chill and Clockren. Lobos is playing Horse Girls. That game looks so stupid. I know some people are like, oh, it's fun or whatever, but at the end of the day, it is still like a gacha game. Like, you can, like, spend money on it, can't you? Oh, bro, what is this spawn? What do our teammates have? Okay, one of them has the Stone Sword key start. We might need to go do... this could potentially be a tragic beginning, chat. I think we kind of need to go north. So much fucking rejection, dude. What the? Oh, dear lord. Dude. Leave me alone. Wait, where's the third one? Oh, there he is. Let's fucking do it. Don't aggro the gargoyle. Oh no. No, don't you fucking look at me. Oh god. Where the Chilling missed him. Guys, we have company. Okay. Fucked up. He's on Revenant again. I love Revenant. This is like kind of ass though. Maybe we take the tree back. Yeah, yeah. The tree moment. Kind of want to open this thing for starlight shards though. Dude, I had one box that gave me 4 starlight shards before. It was crazy. Oh, I can't. I'm not going to use magic scorpion charm anyways. Can you make it up to that tree? Oh, this kind of sucks. Woohoo! There's a cathedral here. I can check at least. It's possible we'll get something good here. Cathedral to the south in the lake too. Oh, no fucking way I missed that. Well, maybe the seals are in the bottom anyways. They're not. Or actually they are in the bottom. I don't know if it's worth going down here. Our teammate's already down there. Catch flame. Actually, I should have gotten rid of the claws and picked up and kept that dagger. Oh well. Oh well. The dagger had chilling mist on it, which like chilling mist is good just to put down. To proc. Oh Jesus. Maybe we don't do that guy. I mean, we probably could. He's kind of weak actually. Maybe we'll save that for a different day. Oh, I kind of want to go to the church down here. Guess we'll go for the... I don't know about going for this church, but... Fine. I'll do it. Did he say last game 2 hours ago? No, it was like an hour ago. I don't really even know what we do. I really don't want that. I'm not doing magic damage, man. I'm not recluse. Oh, the circle's actually down there. Oh shit, I'm gonna die. Well, maybe not. Come on, beat his ass, guys. I'm getting eaten. For the team. New boss is too easy. Yeah, it's pretty easy. Oh man, I still have all the fucking I'm on white fucking sacred seals right now. Not great. I've got good effects on them though. Come on, give me some dragon fire, please. I guess that worked. I probably should have taken that blue one, but it had projectile, which is good for our Iron Eye. And I mean, I have Catch Flame. Catch Flame is probably one of the best, like the highest DPS fire spells. Yeah, I'm really hoping that we can get Dragon Fire. I think it's pretty likely if we go to the crater. Okay. You know what? I'll take it just to make this guy happy. Take it and throw it into a volcano. I want to do that Everjail, but I kind of feel like we should just go straight to the castle. Oh yeah, I should have used my star. I forgot I have 6 starlight shards. I would rather, like 5% damage is great, but we need to make good use of our time here. Yeah, we could go volcano, but I don't think we do that. I think we do bottom and top boss and castle, and then we go volcano. It'll make volcano faster anyways. Wait, where are we going? Are we going? Oh, okay. They didn't know there's 2 jump spots. That's fine. Probably should have upgraded my seal. Going for the rune tree. True. Ooh. I feel like our Iron Eye has not been marking that much. I mean, it's fine. Oh shit! We got it! Whatever, I'm gonna get rid of the glint blades. They're really nice, but I would rather have the effects. Yeah, and charged sorceries, but these aren't sorceries. But hey, we got Dragonfire, baby. Oh, Incantation Talisman. Oh, I fucked up. My bad. He's ulting. Thanks to it. You guys want to go up here? You think we have time for this? Mark him, Iron Eye. Oh, this guy, he just doesn't, like, dude. Dude, FromSoft needs to do a better job explaining what fucking Mark does. It's actually, like, kind of infuriating, because I honestly didn't even know. I would play Iron Eye, and I would just notice, like, huge damage chunks sometimes. Marked, but we didn't get the proc from it. Uh-oh. Like, I'm not even kidding. If the Iron Eye knew about the mark, we would probably be, we would already be in the frickin', like, castle right now. Or the litany of. Wait, you can cast Dragonfire mid-air. Does that mean it's a jump attack? I'm dead. Never mind. Oh, that's not good. Oh, nice. Nice ult, dude. What the hell? Yo, my Bestial Sling's actually doing pretty good damage. Ooh, damage at full HP. We gotta go down. Oh, I thought I might fall to my death there for a second. That scared me. Oh my god, dude. We are going to do so much damage with our Dragonfire, like... Yeah, FP reduction would be nice. feel like I kind of want that sling for Magma Worm, but at the same time I want to max. I don't know. We probably should have just dropped this one. It's only 6%. I want as much damage as I can. Spell casting speed might be kind of nice. We gotta fucking move. Yeah, I have Ice Breath, but I don't have mana. Yeah, that's true. We probably don't need damage negation anymore. I mean, we know the fight pretty well, too. Hopefully we'll get, like, reduced FP cost. Where's our teammate? I feel like I should upgrade Catch Flame, chat. Oh, reduce spell FP cost. Dragonfire. Alright, fine. I guess we have Flame Sling anyways. Yeah, I know. I have like no FP at all. Raider is jealous of your hammer. Dude, the Giant Crusher is actually trash in this game though. Like they fucked up the scaling on it or something. Like I swear it's terrible. I don't know why. Because it's so good in the base game. Oh, that's good for our boy. I mean, the Fire Braid is cool, but we want to use Dragon Fire, so whatever. We also have Sea of Magma. And we have, what, 11, 25, 35, 41. 41% more damage. Keep in mind, this is a blue catalyst as well. Like, honestly, Catch Flame probably would have been the better one to Legendary, truthfully, but it's fine. Also, I wonder, is there a type of effect, relic effect that boosts catch flames damage. Ouch. Good luck hitting the red moth with catch flame. True. I don't want to use any of my starlight shards, so I need to keep them for the boss fight. Oh, nice! Reduced FP consumption, that's good. Hopefully our teammates will drop me some starlight shards, but we'll see. I think I would rather get these 2 flasks. Oh, yeah, my man. My man. All right. All right, here we go, guys. How much do you think this dragon this is gonna be? Will be interesting. Time to melt this bug. right, now we get ready. What's going on? Did they not fix the bug? Maybe we can find him, right? Where is the guy? Is he under the map? Oh, this sucks, man. I thought they fixed this. I thought somebody said they did like a hotfix patch. Just rage quit. What if we can save it? I don't know. I heard some people say that sometimes the boss can be like behind the invis wall, but I don't see anything. You have to wait 10 minutes, he comes back. You're trolling. Oh, Frederick? Oh, never mind. There's no crying emote. Looks like I'm trying to give him a hug. Kind of. Try aiming dragon fire at the ground. Yeah, I don't know where it went. Onion unimpressed. at the cute little moth. So pretty. Ugly? Hey, be nice. Is he praying? Oh, he's also doing the raining gesture. Well, you know, I'm actually surprised I haven't ran into this bug sooner. All right, Sebastian, go. Thought they fixed this? Yeah, I thought so too, but apparently not. He was aiming at Fartus. Yeah, I think so. Well, chill. This is our life now. Optimal yapping time. Chill, no. I'm all alone now. Hey, at least I have Sebastian. Sebastian leaves. Like, I'm bored. The Iron Eye keeps trying to queue, but he can only come back here. Yeah, it's gonna be like, hey, do you want to rejoin the session? You disconnected. If we play death, they'll go away. We just have to wait 10 minutes, right? Honestly, it's probably already been 10 minutes. Surely that works. What's going on? We killed them too hard. It is kind of tranquil. This being your first run and thinking the fight is like that. They were just too afraid of my dragon breath. Dude, we had such a good loadout this run too. It kind of sucks. Like, we had 40% extra damage and a legendary dragon fire. Yeah, it did like 5,000 damage with one breath. That was nuts. Happens when you kill him too fast. Yeah. You know what? Maybe that's possible, but we had a run where we killed Fartus like so fast. We cooked him in like half a second. I don't think he's out of bounds. I feel like it's under the map, or it just doesn't actually spawn in. All right, well. This is sad. Maybe it's in the middle somewhere. Well, that's not out of bounds though. That's also, it's a big red flying enemy. You could see him pretty easily. Yeah, it's all the way up in the sky. Mm-hmm. Surely. Can hear it. What was that? Oh, my ult coming back. Come on, Frederick. We just gotta find him. Yeah, sorceries. It could be insane. The damage potential is actually ridiculous with like Bis relics. Like a recluse with triple Crystallian sorcery buff and like magic attack +2. It's been 11 minutes. Yeah, obviously the chatter was trolling. I don't hear the boss at all. I don't hear shit. I wonder if it's actually below the floor. I can't no clip because I have easy anti-cheat enabled. I checked the walls of the arena. Why would he be at... Yeah, I don't know, whatever. It's fucked. Fine. GG. I mean, I don't really care. I was just curious if there was a way to actually save it still. That's fine. All right, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick, chat. One more. I don't know, guys. I feel like I've had my fill of Nightreign for today. It's not gonna get better than that last run. It's a shame that it lagged out like that, though. I was looking at the RE4 Valkyrie mod, actually. It's been a nice short 4.5 hours. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'll be right back. Okie dokie. I'm back. A lot of WoW streamers are streaming old school RuneScape. Yeah, the thing is, well, first off, I'm not an MMO streamer, and secondly, I've played I have like thousands of hours in RuneScape, so I feel like it's fun for people to watch when you're a noob and you have no idea what's going on. But I am not a noob in RuneScape. I mean, I've done solo, like, all raids. Well, except Tob. You know, I've done 500 Invo, TOA. I've done Inferno. I still never did it Coliseum, but... I've, yeah, well, people who have played RuneScape know what I'm talking about. No, RuneScape is fun for me, but it's more of an off-stream game. I don't really play it much, though. Ain. We could do Resident Evil 3 Remake, do an Inferno run. We do some Inferno. We could also... Playing off-stream considered working unpaid overtime. We could... Salad. I can't believe you let people do that, bro. You're crazy. Lord of the Rings, Sag. I mean, we could... I don't know. We could start Return of the King. It's just... Tomorrow... Well, okay, so tomorrow's my birthday, chat, and I'm not... I don't know what my plans are for my birthday. I'm doing, like, dinner with my... I'm driving to my parents' place later tonight, but I still have a PC there. So, I mean, I'm still going to be streaming. I'm going to stream on my birthday, but I do have, I have, like, dinner plans with the family tomorrow. But tomorrow... I don't know what I want to do for my birthday stream. I mean, Salad, Ella, and Lepa wanted to play Outbreak, Resident Evil Outbreak. I think... Well, I guess Salad's played it a bit. I don't think we're gonna do that the whole stream. Nightreign on birthday. I don't I don't know what I want to do for like my birthday stream. I mean, apart from playing co-op. Do nothing for your birthday, go out and do some shit. I don't like leaving my house, man. I mean, that's not completely true. I do like going out for a nice dinner, like going out to the movies, but I'm not like going out to bars or anything like that. I don't drink. I only leave my house for French onion soup. But yeah, we're we're doing like a we're cooking steaks for my birthday with the family tomorrow. So that'll be nice. You should get back into WoW and let it destroy your life. I'm okay. If they do another OnlyFans, though, I would definitely play WoW again. It was fun it was fun playing hardcore with Larxa. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like, you know, it's not like it's a full-time commitment. You know, you play the game for like a month. Just to get turned down for a raid because you're a sweat. I did a few raids. Honestly, I don't even really care about raiding in WoW. I do want to, if they do OnlyFans again, I want to play, it would be fun to play Alliance, because I never actually leveled to 60 on Alliance. I've always played Horde. I'm like, I think WoW is the game that I have the most hours in out of anything. Heroes of Newerth is probably the second. It's either between Heroes of Newerth or World of Warcraft. I used to play Heroes of Newerth so much. I was like insanely addicted to that game. I think I had like 10 accounts in that game. Because the problem was, well, the MMR system in Han was like an absolute like shit fest. What did you play, bro? I played everything. I played like almost every hero. But I mean, I guess some of my favorites, I played Monkey King because he was OP. All of the new heroes in Han were like OP. No, yeah, I mean, Nomad was good. Gravekeeper was super slept on. That character was actually super fucking good. Yeah, I actually played like every single character in the game. No, we've been doing runs and stuff. I'm just chilling right now, though. Well, with Gravekeeper, yeah, you would just like throw. You could nuke people with the one of the AoE abilities. It was so good. Yeah. Anyways, I could yap about Heroes of Newerth for days, but a lot of people in chat have no idea what I'm talking about. That was a fun game, though. I played Dota 2. I actually got into the Dota 2 beta when there was, I don't know, 500 people in it. There was like barely anybody in the beta at that point. I don't know how I got so lucky to get into it, actually. There's only 500 people now. I have a cobblestone case in my inventory, chat. This inventory is not available. What do you mean? I literally just saw it, dude. Yeah, the 2015 cobblestone package. I used to play so much CSGO as well. Starting at $2,000. Ridiculous. I also have I have an I buy power sticker on my op red line. And what else do I have? There are no listings available for this item. Dude, it's disgusting how much items are worth in CS:GO. It's like fucked up. And what's even more fucked up is how much money Valve makes from the cases plus charging. I mean, what do they charge? Like 10% cut on like all transactions? Or maybe it's not 10%, maybe it's less than that. I don't know. Valve gets a cut on like all transactions on the marketplace. And so they are like printing money. Like it's kind of fucked up to think that somebody could like they could make more money from an item being traded back and forth and back and forth and back and forth than the item is actually worth. Like they're just getting constant returns on these items being traded between people. Welcome to tax. Yeah, I know. It's wild, man. It's how our entire economy works. Yeah, but it's a game though. Like, this isn't real life. Am I in my CS2 era? No, I used to be super into CSGO. Can I show my Revenant relics? Yeah, this is what we were doing. Honestly, not that great of relics. We were trying to find the Dragon Fire Breath spell so we could just cook the boss like as fast as possible. Because the Roar and Breath attacks and Dragon Communion stack on top of each other. It's like 30% more damage. I mean, I can show you guys. I think it's around 30%. We can check. No, we just did Lord of the Rings yesterday. I have Return of the King set up. We could start Return of the King. It's just I don't know if I would do more Return of the King tomorrow for my birthday necessarily. Maybe though. All right, I'll show you guys. Like 800 damage, right? I mean, look at that. That almost did 430 more damage from that one relic. That's insane. Yeah, max FP per rise is really nice. Like, I would like to have that. I mean, this one with the FP per rise on the bottom would be amazing. Does so much damage. Man, the Aguil's flame does so much more damage. All right, guys. Jump with it. True. Oh, hey, we're playing Nightreign. We are messing around in Nightreign. We are actually stalling. Yeah, I wanted to start a Nightreign, Sekiro run. I don't know, man. There's a lot of things I want to do. Run around the table with touches. It's really fun. I don't know, man. I have like choice paralysis, honestly. One more, we know you want it. I mean, I do kind of want it, but I also... I don't know, man. We did get kind of cucked out of that last one. Do a non-Revenant run. Revenant is just so good for this boss, though. Do we still have Crater active? We do. Okay, chat, we will do one more, but we have to choose. Before we start, we have to choose what we're going to do afterwards. I have to decide on something, because otherwise we're going to get stuck doing this forever. Play Flathead? I played Flathead before, actually. Wait, did the full game come out, or are you talking about the demo? Demo was interesting. It was really, like, short, though. Yeah, I played White Knuckle. RE2 remake. Honestly, I think we might just do I think we'll just do RE3 remake after this. No Lord of the Rings. I mean, I do have Lord of the Rings set up. I guess we'll do either RE3 or Lord of the Rings. You didn't finish Flathead? Yeah, well the game was just like really repetitive. I was kind of getting bored. Oh wait. Uh cancel, 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 cancel. I'm gonna Alt F4 if it succeeds. All right, we'll do one. I don't know. Should we do one with I was thinking maybe we could do one with chat. But we might also kill it like incredibly fast. Briefer, well the matchmaking will get canceled. It's fine. Hey, Game Backtrack, thank you for the Prime sub. Do one with chat so they can give you good seals. And just jump off a cliff to cancel matchmaking. I don't think I could have made it to the cliff in time there. Hey, Sembra, thank you for the 21 months. All right. Dist dose. All right. You're mid-run already? That's okay, buddy. We have 2 Revenants. Better not steal my dragon fire. I'm sure he'll give me his dragon fire if he gets it. Oh, never mind. We're not playing. Figured out how to get wandering bosses on the DS3 rando. Oh yeah? The DS3 rando is kind of cursed though. Like, are you gonna do it with no scaling? Or are you gonna use scaling for it? Because like, there's certain bosses that are just gonna be like instant resets. If yeah, they're just gonna be like instant resets in DS3. Mainly Half-Light and I don't know, I think Crystal Sage could also be like horrible. Yeah, you can't really like, some bosses are just gonna be unbeatable. I don't know, unless there's like an easy starting boss option. Mr. Streamer can't seem to put down Nightreign. I don't know, man. The game is like, it's oddly fun to just grind. Even though it is pretty repetitive, it is, I don't know, it is fun just to grind the game. Everybody's got the Everjail start. Yeah, let's go here. Wish you could get a team playing Everjail. Well, it's people from chat who I'm playing with. So when I'm playing with randoms at bat, I don't know if I've ever had 2 people with the Everjail one, and honestly, that's fine. I mean, it's kind of like, oh, that guy. How did that miss? We're gonna do RE3 or maybe start Lord of the Rings Return of the King after this match. One of the two. Sometimes you can get keys from these bodies. I don't know. I don't know if I was just lucky the few times it happened, though. Probably was. Why not make a pull? And I could. Probably didn't need to do that. I don't know if we try to kill this boss. Your Sentinel's not that bad, but I feel like... Oh, shit, we got... Again, really. I just realized my teammate's name is Aaron Fart. He's gonna be right at home with Mr. Fartis. Just still a short Nightreign stream. Yeah. Flame of Frenzy. Ooh. Nice. Figure I should be able to get that church later anyways. You know, I also kind of want to just do like a casual Elden Ring run. Or well, it's like impossible to play Elden Ring truly casually, but it has been a while since we've done just like a run of Elden Ring. Casual rune level 1+0. Yeah, I don't know if that's very casual anymore at that point, but... we could, I mean, we could go hit this one over here, yeah. And grab a stone sword key along the way, too. Oh, there's a scarab there. Well, if Bob gets something good, he'll give it to me, surely. What did Bob get? Oh, the jar shard. I could maybe get... I'm gonna check the sacred seals here. Maybe I get Dragonfire or a Gil's Flame. Okay, I guess we can kill him. I think we do the Everdale. Let's maximize our damage. Ooh, I can Flame of Frenzy the fucking tree. Oh, this is gonna be beautiful. Get ready for this damage, chat. Oh, yeah. Okay, you know, I really thought I was far enough away there. I really thought I was far enough away. My bad. Oh my god, guys. I mean, I don't know if I should have... I'm like full of damage at this point already. Honestly, I might end up giving the Rivers of Blood. If I find a replacement, we should probably give Rivers to Duchess. I don't even have any ruins. I don't know. I guess we can go I don't really know where we go. I don't have enough. I don't have runes to do anything at that merchant. Maybe Duchess can get another stone sword key. I don't even think we need more stone sword keys though, because we all started with one, and we got one as a drop. I think the circle's gonna pull away from the castle. I think we just do the perfumer here, honestly. I think castle is just like day 2. Which Lord of the Rings are we playing? Well, the next one to play is Return of the King, but yeah, the VODs are getting like completely nuked. Oh shit! These pages are fucking cooking me, dude. we are so stacked though. We have 50% improved damage at the moment. Already. I'm gonna check this chest. Is Aaron trying to kill the boss in the basement? Honestly, we probably could have done it. We went there right away. Buy slot from the merchant. Well, there's a merchant right here that I can go to. Well, normally there is. Actually, I guess does the crater get rid of him? Oh no, he's still here. Said 2 runs tops. Yeah, well, I was wrong. I'm sorry, okay? Scared me a little bit. Castle. Why isn't the ruin tree active? Imagine the run ends here. Yeah, that would have been Dude, this flame of frenzy is doing so much damage. Oh my god. Oh, which one do I take? Charge incantations. I have the same one, but... Oh my god, dragon fire. Okay, well, we are fucking stacked. Wait, was there a... Oh. Give the full moon to Duchess? Yeah, but it's attack power. Listen, we're stacking up. We're stacking the damage for the... It's the same buffs as Dragonfire. Yeah, I know. Oh shit. I fucking hate fighting this guy. Okay. What am I doing? Such a miserable experience. Good for Mr. Wilder. He's power stancing. I mean, we can grab the church. I feel like there's no point. Feels a little overkill, to be honest, to grab this church. I feel like we're gonna just cook the boss, but guess you never know. I think we can kill Falling Star Beast. Circle hasn't fully closed in yet. I mean, I don't even... Honestly, I just need to upgrade this thing to legendary. Getting a Dragonfire with a damage boost on it would be nice, but... it's really all I could ask for at this point. Oh, that's okay. I wanted to roar, man. Now, the only thing that would be better is getting, like... Oh, shit. You know what? Oh, man. I should try to get Ritual Sword Talisman. It's a... Too much damage, gonna bug it again. You think so? I don't know if it's based on, like, damage. Maybe it does, though. Nice ult, dude. Honestly, I should probably just... Oh. Should probably just spam Discus. I don't know if we're gonna make it there in time. I do want to go there, but we can try. Could have taken that shield and given the scepter to Duchess. What did the shield have on it? Oh, it had damage on full HP. Yeah, but well, the shield has like a really good Ash of War though, and our teammate. Oh wait, is it the Duchess? I could have. Oh wait, I have the Jar Shard. Hold on, I should drop that for the guy. Oh, there's an FP talisman there. Wilder can grab that. I mean, if he wants to use the shield breath, that should be pretty good. Wait, Bob isn't leveling up? What the? I guess I can take it. Yeah, that was pretty satisfying, wasn't it? I don't know why I'm killing, like, pleb enemies right now. I don't know what I'm doing, dude. These guys fighting a boss? Bob's level 1. You can leave him. Or you can save him. He has nothing to lose, chat. Unless he's going to level up. Whatever, it's fine. He'll respawn. He'll respawn in the circle. Doing all the levels at one time is more efficient. I don't know if I mean, if he really if he's planning on leveling up for the final boss, then he can grab the runes afterwards. It's not a big deal. I thought he was targeting the other guy. I didn't care, chat. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. Honestly, I should have taken the HP, probably. Would have counteracted the glintstone blade. I have more than enough, like, FP cost reduction. Okay. Alright. You're buying Nitro, the streamers get nothing. I believe if you have Nitro... Actually, I don't know. I can't remember. Maybe I'm thinking of YouTube. I know that, like, if you have YouTube Premium, I think the creators still get, like, ad revenue. Oh, right, Nitro, he's talking about Discord, isn't he? Or maybe he meant to, he meant to be talking about Turbo. I don't know. All right, let's go, guys. I think we have like I think we should be good with this. Check Bob's level. Bob is probably still level 1. He is. Yeah. He got a legendary dagger. Oh, fuck. I forgot to summon Fred. So close to that. Good job, guys. Oh my god, that breath was doing so much damage. Jesus Christ. My goodness. All right, well, that was disgusting. How much that does in solo? Well, the thing is, I don't know if I would have had such a good build if I was doing solo. That was ridiculous. And to think, like, you know, you could hypothetically have, I mean, dude, with Bis Relic, like, you know, if you had Bis Relics or cheated relics, I mean, you could get them legit, obviously, but, I mean, you could have, like, imagine improved Roar and Breath attacks, Dragon Communion, and Fire attack up +2. You know, and then you could have that on like everything. Maybe instead of Fire attack +2, you would have Everjail for one of them. Well, you would definitely have Everjail for one of them. And then you would have maybe the power up while fighting alongside family, because it is 10%, but Frederick can also die. Don't think you can get Fire plus Roar on the same one legit. Yeah, maybe you're right. I mean, dude, how much did we did what, like 12,000 damage with 2 casts there at the start? Power up allies and family is good too. It's good, but it doesn't give you any damage. If you had a, I mean, if I had another Revenant on the team with that ult, then they could buff me, which would be 25% damage increase, I guess. I mean, let's see, dude. That was like crazy. I didn't even get the full thing off. I think the second time it was hitting both of them. Oh my goodness. Did he restage there partway through? Or did he restage after the first one? Roar and Breath is 100, so you can't have it. Oh, I see. Either way, that's crazy. That was a crazy fucking run, dude. That was nuts. Ugh. The highest on-tick damage you've done on the Codex. I don't know how the damage, like, tracking stat works. 19,000. How many sigils do I have? 58. I like the Dawn skins a lot. What now? Another ultra mega last run. Can I show a guardian build? Sure. Honestly, Guardian, I would say use Knight of the Champion. This one, this yellow one is really, really good. And then for your blue, you could do... honestly, the Witch's Brooch is probably like the best if you don't want to have to... you don't want like RNG. Man, that was insane though. God damn. All right, guys. I said I was done after the last one. I'm actually gonna switch games, but it has been a fun session of Nightreign. I've accomplished what I set out to do, which is destroy the bug with the dragon breath.